As a member of ASEAN, Indonesia joined this Asian Economic Community in 2015. It means the needs of health personnel is more challenging and competitive. During this era, foreign laborers may work in Indonesia, including at health service facilities. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 as one of the technical implementation units under the authority of the Board of Development and Empowerment for Human Health Resources for the management and monitorial aspects and supervised by the Ministry of Research and Technology in Higher Education for the academic aspect. In 2016, there are 38 health polytechnic institutions. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 has a vision becoming an excellent higher education institution on the basis of health science and technology at the Southeast Asian level by 2028. There are 4 missions. 1. Organizing higher education on the basis of science and technology, culture, and also character to produce the qualified health manpower. 2. Developing the current science and technology through continuous research and community service in order to improve the health status of community. 3. Developing networks with stakeholders at the national and international levels in developing health science and technology to face global challenges. 4. Strengthen the accountable, professional, and transparent governance in the academic and general fields. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 has values, namely faith in one God only, ethics, rational, trustworthy, dedication, accountability, and transparent character. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health has Center of Excellence for Health Polytechnic Science and Technology in the field of elderly health technology. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 has 4 majors, namely nursing, midwifery, medical laboratory technology, and physiotherapy. And there are total 10 study programs administered in the aforementioned 4 majors. Diploma 3 of Nursing. The vision is by 2028, it's able to produce nurses who excel in the application of nursing skills on the basis of nursing science and technology nursing. The Excellence Elderly Nursing Technology. Bachelor of Applied Nursing and Professional Nurse Education Program. The vision by 2025. Produce nurses who excel in advanced nursing care age by applying health science and technology. Excellence Elderly Nursing Technology. Diploma 3 of Midwifery. Vision: produce the midwifery associate graduates who excel in midwifery care on the basis of gender-responsive approach with the effective technology by the year 2025. Bachelor of Applied Midwifery and Professional Midwifery Education Program, its vision: producing professional midwives who are responsive in preparing the qualified generations through the development of continuous midwifery care models and technology, also called as COMC, by the year of 2028. Excellence, continuous midwifery care with gender responsive. Bachelor of Applied Health Promotion, its vision: to produce health promoters excel in community empowerment on the basis of innovative and effective technology by the year of 2025. Excellence, development of innovative and effective information media. Diploma 3 of Medical Laboratory Technology. Its vision is becoming a program study of Diploma 3 excel in medical laboratory technology at the national level in 2025. Study program of Medical Laboratory Technology Program of Applied Bachelor. Vision: to become Bachelor of the Applied Medical Laboratory Technology that excels in the field of molecular diagnostics in 2025. Diploma 4 or Bachelor of Applied Physiotherapy, its vision by the year of 2028 becoming a study program that produces the professional Bachelor of Applied Physiotherapy excels in the mastery of science and technology of neuroscience technology. Study program of Physiotherapist Professional Education Professional Program. Vision, becoming a study program that produces professional and excellent physiotherapists in the mastery of science and technology of neuroscience physiotherapy. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 upholds three pillars, namely education and teaching, research, and community service. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Jakarta 3 is equipped with several excellent facilities such as integrated laboratory, library, language instruction laboratory, computer-based test laboratory, informal meeting garden, playroom, canteen, mini market, and tutorial corners. Partnerships and achievements. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 has established partnerships and collaborations with several educational institutions and others, both domestic and overseas. Awards are also achieved from the students' competitions in academics, arts, and literature, both for the national and international competitions. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3, leading in quality.
The Global Gender Gap Index menempatkan Indonesia di urutan 85 dari 149 negara soal kesenjangan gender. Target Sustainable Development Goals atau SDGs memasukkan isu gender ke dalam target utama.
Ketidakadilan masih nyata dialami kaum perempuan. Sebagai bidan, kita memiliki kewajiban membantu kaum perempuan mendapatkan hak-hak reproduksinya.
Oleh sebab itu, bidan perlu memperjuangkan dan memberdayakan perempuan agar hak-hak reproduksinya terlindungi.
Sudah saatnya pelayanan kesehatan melawan budaya patriarki yang merugikan kesehatan.
Saya adalah seorang dosen dan bidan praktisi yang mendukung responsif gender, akan memberikan pelayanan yang terbaik bagi klien dan keluarga saya dan mengedukasi dengan baik supaya mereka dapat melahirkan dan mempersiapkan kelahirannya dengan aman, nyaman, dan bahagia.
Saya sebagai suami sangat mendukung lulusan bidang yang kompeten responsif terhadap gender.
Saya mendukung bidang profesional yang memberikan hak-hak ibu dengan optimal.
Begitu komprehensifnya peran bidan, baik sebagai care provider, communicator, decision maker, community leader, dan juga sebagai manajer. Maka kami mendukung program pendidikan profesi bidan.
Butuhkan lulusan bidan yang mampu memanfaatkan teknologi dan melayani dengan hati.
ICM telah menyatakan bahwa profesi bidan adalah profesi yang bermitra dengan perempuan atau yang dikenal dengan partnership with women. Oleh karena itu, tentunya konsep ini harus diimplementasikan di dalam pendidikan kebidanan supaya nanti implementasinya betul-betul terlihat kemitraannya dengan perempuan. Oleh karena itu, saya sangat mendukung pelaksanaan kurikulum yang berbasis gender ini, sehingga nanti kita akan menghasilkan bidan-bidan seperti yang diharapkan oleh kita semua, khususnya oleh ICM. Saya sangat mendukung implementasi gender di dalam kurikulum pendidikan bidan.
Kesehatan ibu dan anak sangat penting karena hal tersebut merupakan salah satu faktor pendukung Sustainable Development Goals.
Sebagai bidan dan dosen yang responsif gender, saya akan terus mendampingi mahasiswa dan memastikan mahasiswa untuk terus belajar dan tumbuh sebagai bidan yang responsif gender.
Pembentukan karakteristik lulusan akan sangat dipengaruhi oleh proses pembelajaran. Untuk itu, saya akan terus mengupayakan proses pembelajaran yang open-minded, non-diskriminatif, non-judgmental, dan menghargai hak asasi manusia.
Saya Ibu Partini, Direktur Poltekkes Jakarta 3, sangat mendukung visi program studi pendidikan profesi bidan dengan menghasilkan berbagai kebijakan yang harus dilaksanakan di seluruh komponen Poltekkes Jakarta 3, terutama jurusan kebidanan, program studi pendidikan profesi bidan, sehingga dapat mewujudkan bersama-sama visi tersebut.
Good morning. Welcome all participants of Midwifery Department International Webinar of 2022. The webinar is going to start in 5 minutes. For all participants, please prepare for our webinar today. Before we start, let me inform you our rules. Please pay attention. First, participants can access webinar activities through the Zoom application, which can be accessed from 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Second, for participants who cannot access the webinar activity through the Zoom application, please join via live streaming on YouTube via the channel Poltekkes Kemenkes Jakarta 3. Third, participants are asked to write the real name on the Zoom or YouTube application with format name_country.
4. All participants are requested to wear clean, neat, and polite clothes and activate the video feature on the Zoom application during the opening and closing of the webinar. 5. During question and answer activities, participants who want to ask question can fill out the link that will be provided by the committee during the webinar. During the delivery part, all participants should mute the microphone. Participants are required to fill in the attendance and evaluation link, which will be shared via the Zoom link and YouTube.
Distinguished guests, participants, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Director of Health Poltekkes of Jakarta 3, Health Ministry of Indonesia, Deputy Director 1, 2, 3, and all management of Health Poltekkes of Jakarta 3, the Honorable the Chairman of the Midwifery Department,
the Honorable Speaker of Midwifery Department International Webinar, Dr. Hamideh Bayrampor, Dr. Wustari L. Mangunjaya, and Dr. Lucia Maya Safitri. All staff and lecturer in Midwifery Department of Health Poltekkes of Jakarta 3, all committee and all participants of our International Webinar 2022. Thank you for taking the time to be able to attend today's event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
good morning,
Ohayo gozaimasu.
good morning,
I am Siti Fariha Anissa,
and I'm Kendi Raihani Nugroho.
as Master of Ceremony on today's webinar. We are very delighted to welcome you to Health Poltekkes of Jakarta 3, Health Ministry of Indonesia, for opening ceremony of webinar 2022 with the theme Prevention and Countermeasure of Health Problems for Perinatal to Improvement and Children Health. Before we start this event, let's pray together. Pray begin.
Now, we are going to do first agenda, singing Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. All the participants may sit well.
The session and the agenda is Indonesian traditional dance performance, Bajidor Kahot. This traditional dance by our midwifery student dancing club. Bajidor Kahot dance from West Java. Bajidor Kahot is a folk dance with a social theme telling the joy of beautiful young woman.
This dance is rooted in the Tertilu dance, which metamorphosed into the Keliningan Bajidoran, which was heavily influenced by Japangan, and eventually became the Bajidor Kahot dance. The dance moves combine tap tilu and jaipongan to some element of bilingual dance movements.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy Bajider Kahot. Welcome to this join all speaker of Midwifery Department International Webinar, Dr. Hamideh Bayrampor, Dr. Wustari L. Mangunjaya, and Dr. Lucia Maya Savitri.
Honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to report speech delivered by the Chief Executive of Midwifery Department. To Ms. Gaitsa Ramadhani Satria, the time is yours.
Thank you for Kantin Dihani. As Master of Ceremony, first of all, the Honorable Director of Health Polytechnic Jakarta 3, Deputy Director 1, 2, and 3, and all management of Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3, the Honorable the Chairman of the Midwifery Department, the Honorable International speakers at Health Polytechnic Jakarta 3, Department of Midwifery, Dr. Hamideh Bayrampor, Dr. Wustari L. Mangunjaya, Dr. Lucia Maya Savitri Mars, lecturers and staff of Midwifery Department and the entire International Webinar Committee, and also all happy participants on this international webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning and best wishes for all of us. Welcome and thank you for being virtually present in this webinar. The international webinar organized by the Midwifery Department Students Association Health Polytechnic Jakarta 3 will be held today, 16th of June, 2022, with the time Prevention and Countermeasure of Mental Health Problems for Perinatal to Improve of Health Mom and Children. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Let us pray and praise the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, because only for His permission we can be reunited in the international webinar, which is part of a series of webinar at the Midwifery Department of the Jakarta Health Polytechnic 3. This international webinar is an activity that aims to increase knowledge and develop knowledge of midwifery and health promotion to students, lecturers, midwife, health promoters, and the public about the development of exciting knowledge in the field of midwifery and health promotion in order to be able to compete both internationally and nationally. The Midwifery Department Students Association realized how important it is to provide opportunity for students, midwife, health promotion practitioners, and the public to gain knowledge again. For this reason, we had an international webinar with the time Prevention and Countermeasure of Mental Health Problems for Perinatal to Improve of Health Mom and Children. Through this activity, it is hoped that all students, the academic community practitioners, and the community can improve their quality and competence. This activity was attended by students of the Midwifery Department of the Diploma 3 Study Program, the Midwifery Professional Study Program, and the undergraduate and professional stage, as well as the Health Promotion Study Program, alumni and lecturers from both the Jakarta 3 Health Polytechnic and from outside the institution. Hopefully, this activity can run smoothly. The invites and participants can take part in this activity well. Thanks again to the organizing committee. This is the activity report from me as the chairman of the organizer of this international webinar. I apologize if there are words that are not pleasing. At the end of this speech, I close with wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gaitsa Ramadhani Satria.
Next agenda is the welcoming speech from our Director of Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3, and we would like to ask Director of Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3 to officially open the International Webinar 2022. To Mrs. Yupi Supartini, SKP, MSc, the time is yours.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Yupi. How are you?
Fine, good. Hopefully you are all fine as well. First of all, the excellency of all the speakers in this international webinar, Dr. Hamide Bayrampor from University of British Columbia. The second speaker is Dr. Wustari L. Mangunjaya, M.Or. Psychiatric Psychologist, as the head Department Partnership Development of PPDC. Dr. Lucia Maya Savitri Mars from Directorate of Health, Psychiatric Health in Ministry of Health. The excellency of all the guests from several countries and also especially from Indonesia. Vice Director 1, Vice Director 2, Vice Director 3 of Health Poltekkes of Jakarta 3, the head of Midwifery School, Ms. Erika Yuliati, and all the management staff in midwifery department, head of study program of midwifery department, and also all the lecturer from the midwifery school of Health Poltekkes of Jakarta 3, the participants either from Indonesia and also from other countries. Here I have the notes. There are some participants from abroad, which is from Malaysia, Singapore, Timor-Leste, Japan, Canada, Netherlands, and Qatar. And all the guests, I think there are also some midwifery practitioners from our country, from Indonesia, and also some lecturer of midwifery. First of all, let's thanks to the God who is blessing us that we have opportunity, great opportunity, and occasions, great occasions to be here attending this international webinar. As a director of Health Poltekkes of Jakarta 3, I would like to appreciate the midwifery schools, especially the head of association or department of students, midwifery students in Health Poltekkes of Jakarta 3, and all the team that already prepared this international webinar and committed to the effort of Health Poltekkes of Jakarta 3 in improving the quality of educations, especially for midwife, yeah, in the term of students' activity. So thank you very much to Miss Erica and all the team in Midwifery School, and also the Students Association of Midwifery. As the committee mentions that this webinar is very important, especially for the students of midwifery, and also college from the practitioner, midwifery practitioners especially, and also the lecturer. Maybe also attend the lecturer from the other Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health. So thank you very much to all the participants attending this webinar and also support this activity. The committee has already mentioned that this webinar is one of the effort that midwifery schools committed to improve day by day in terms of the educational process in a Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3. And webinar, international webinar among students and also lecturer and practitioners could support the students to broaden their perspective, yeah, especially in midwifery sections, in midwifery issues, yeah, and trend. And we realized that we have already passing the period, the difficult period in facing the pandemic, but we have success. We have success passing this period, yeah, by also the outputs of educational process, good output of educational process. So again, thank you very much to the Students Association of Midwifery who always committed to keep on going in improving the quality of education in terms of broadening the perspective of academic condition, academic situation. Because in this webinar, you will have the very beneficial knowledge from the speakers, and also sharing from the other participants. So please stay in this webinar until the end of the webinar, and also be an active participants with the offering questions and also idea and opinion during the discussions. We believe that this webinar will give you very beneficial knowledge and also broaden your perspective. Yeah. To all the speakers, thank you very much for your opportunity and also for your knowledge and experience will be shared to all the participants. and hopefully the students as a young generation, the student especially as the young generation for the next future leaders, especially in midwifery, could follow your perspective and also your positioning, or also your what else, the especially to become a good professional midwifery in the future. I think that is the important. To the chief executive or the chief executive of the committee, please hold the agenda as what you have already prepared, and also the result of this webinar could become an input to the association or department of midwifery schools, yeah, in Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3. I think that is all what I should mention. So again, thank you very much to all the participants who could attend this international webinar, and enjoy your webinar, and stay healthy and safety everywhere you are. We still not relieved from the pandemic, but although this already what is it, the situation is already becoming relief, yeah. But we should still use the health protocol everywhere we are, yeah. So good luck to all the students and participants, and also the midwifery students associations, and hopefully Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala blessing us always. Thank you very much, and with your permission, or let's open this international webinar by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala meridhoi dan memberkati kegiatan kita semua. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mrs. Yupi Supartini, SKP MSc, to give us a wonderful welcoming speech. Before we come to the main activity, we would like to greet our speaker. Hello, Dr. Hamideh Bayrampor by Columbia. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Hamideh Bayrampor. And Dr. Wustari L. Mangunjaya and Dr. Lucia Maya Safitri from Indonesia. Hello. Nice to meet you. And our participants that comes from Japan, Canadian, Netherlands, Malaysia, Singapore, Timor-Leste, and Indonesia. Hello, everybody. Hello, Mrs. How are you?
Before we start our main activity, we would like to read agenda. Is the first material with the topic Sorry. Before we start our main activity, we would like to play our company profile of Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3. Please enjoy.
As a member of ASEAN, Indonesia joined the Asian Economic Community in 2015. It means the needs of health personnel is more challenging and competitive. During this era, foreign laborers may work in Indonesia, including at health service facilities. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 as one of the technical implementation units under the authority of the Board of Development and Empowerment for Human Health Resources for the management and monitorial aspects and supervised by the Ministry of Research and Technology in higher education for the academic aspect. In 2016, there are 38 health polytechnic institutions. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 has a vision becoming an excellent higher education institution on the basis of health science and technology at the Southeast Asian level by 2028. There are 4 missions. 1. Organizing higher education on the basis of science and technology, culture, and also character to produce the qualified health manpower. 2. Developing the current science and technology through continuous research and community service in order to improve the health status of community. 3. Developing networks with stakeholders at the national and international levels in developing health science and technology to face global challenges. 4. Strengthen the accountable, professional, and transparent governance in the academic and general fields. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 has values, namely faith in one God only, ethics, rational, trustworthy, dedication, accountability, and transparent character. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health has Center of Excellence for Health Polytechnic Science and Technology in the field of elderly health technology. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 has 4 majors, namely nursing, midwifery, medical laboratory technology, and physiotherapy. And there are total 10 study programs administered in the aforementioned 4 majors. Diploma 3 of Nursing. The vision is by 2028, it's able to produce nurses who excel in the application of nursing skills on the basis of nursing science and technology nursing. The Excellence Elderly Nursing Technology. Bachelor of Applied Nursing and Professional Nurse Education Program. The vision by 2025. Produce nurses who excel in advanced nursing care age by applying health science and technology. Excellence, elderly nursing technology. Diploma 3 of Midwifery. Vision, produce the midwifery associate graduates who excel in midwifery care on the basis of gender-responsive approach with the effective technology by the year 2025. Bachelor of Applied Midwifery and Professional Midwifery Education Program, its vision, producing professional midwives who are responsive in preparing the qualified generations through the development of continuous midwifery care models and technology, also called as COMC, by the year of 2028. Excellence, continuous midwifery care with gender responsive. Bachelor of Applied Health Promotion, its vision to produce health promoters excel in community empowerment on the basis of innovative and effective technology by the year of 2025. Excellence, development of innovative and effective information media. Diploma 3 of Medical Laboratory Technology. Its vision is becoming a program study of Diploma 3 excel in medical laboratory technology at the national level in 2025. Study program of Medical Laboratory Technology program of Applied Bachelor. Vision to become Bachelor of the Applied Medical Laboratory Technology that excels in the field of molecular diagnostics in 2025. Diploma 4 or Bachelor of Applied Physiotherapy, its vision by the year of 2028 becoming a study program that produces the professional Bachelor of Applied Physiotherapy excels in the mastery of science and technology of neuroscience technology. Study program of Physiotherapist Professional Education Professional Program. Vision, becoming a study program that produces professional and excellent physiotherapists in the mastery of science and technology of neuroscience physiotherapy. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 upholds three pillars, namely education and teaching, research, and community service. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Jakarta 3 is equipped with several excellent facilities such as integrated laboratory, library, language instruction laboratory, computer-based test laboratory, informal meeting garden, playroom, canteen, mini market, and tutorial corners. Partnerships and achievements. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3 has established partnerships and collaborations with several educational institutions and others, both domestic and overseas. Awards are also achieved from the students' competitions in academics, arts, and literature, both for the national and international competitions. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3, leading in quality.
Before we start, let me remind you again about our rules of the international webinar. Please pay attention. First, participants can access webinar activities through the Zoom application which can be accessed from 7:30 AM to 9:30 AM. Second, for participants who cannot access the webinar activity through the Zoom application, please join via live streaming on YouTube via the channel Poltekkes Kemenkes Jakarta 3. Third, participants are asked to write the real name on the Zoom or YouTube application with format name_country.
Four, all participants are requested to wear clean, neat, and polite clothes and activate the video feature on the Zoom application during the opening and closing of the webinar. 5. During question and answer activities, participants who want to ask questions can fill out the link that will be provided by the committee during the webinar. 6. During the delivery part, all participants should mute the microphone. 7. Participants are required to fill in the attendance and evaluation link, which will be shared via the Zoom link and YouTube.
Next agenda is the first material with the topic risk factors patterns and screening for anxiety symptoms during pregnancy. Second material with the topic the role of paramedic, family, and the future mother. Third material with the topic maternal and child mental health policy in Indonesia. Now, without further ado, I turn the time over to moderator to lead. Before we get started, I would like to inform you about our curriculum vitae of our moderator. Name, Willa Folona, SIST MKAB, Nationality Indonesia, Employment record, midwife, lecturer at Midwifery Department, Jakarta 3 Health Poltekkes since 2004. Education, Academy of Midwifery, Diplomatry of Midwifery, graduated from Midwifery Department, Jakarta 3 Health Poltekkes 2003. Diploma for Midwifery of Midwife Education Program, Faculty of Medicine, University of Pajajaran Bandung 2006. Master of Midwifery, Faculty of Medicine, University of Pajajaran Bandung 2014. Membership of Professional Association, member of Indonesian Midwife Association, IMA, IBI, Technical Team on Association of Indonesian Midwifery Education Institutions, AIPK, AND. To Mrs. Willa Folona and Miss Almenita Redvi Tamariska, the time is yours.
Thank you, Fariha and Kentin.
You're
Is my
welcome.
voice is clear?
Yes, Mrs.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, all participants. Good morning to our speakers and guests. Good morning there, Dr. Hamide. Dr. Hamide Bayrampur. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. It's still at night at Vancouver, right?
It's about 7 actually, 7 p.m. at evening.
Oh, 7 p.m. It's not already late, yeah?
It's fine. I'm so glad to be here.
Okay, thank you very much for coming to our webinar. This is the first we meet. Hopefully we can have a lot of discussion today, Dr. Hamide. Is my spell is right? Is my spell is right for calling you Dr. Hamide?
You can call me Hamide, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good morning to Dr. Wustari Mangunjaya and Dr. Lucia Maya Safitri.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ibu Iwus. Good morning, Dr. Lucia. Thank you for joining our webinar. Okay, we will start this discussion. Good morning, the honorable speakers, distinguished guests and delegates, as well as all participants. Thank you very much for coming to join our webinar. According to the topic of today's webinar, namely prevention and countermeasure of mental health problems, there will be speakers who will present material with related topic in this session. The speakers are, the first is Dr. Hamide Bayrampur, MSc PhD from the University of British Columbia Midwifery Program, Canada. The second is Dr. Wustari Mangunjaya, Magister Organization Psychology, SA Psycholog from University of Bayangkara. And the third is Dr. Lucia Maya Safitri Mars from Minister of Health, Republic of Indonesia. For that, I will be the moderator guiding the discussion this morning together with my partner Almenita Tamaritska. The session that will be held today consists of 30-minute presentation of material by each speakers and followed by a 15-minute question and answer session. All right, we will start the first discussion with Dr. Hamide Bayrampur, MSc PhD from Canada. First, I will read her curriculum vitae. Dr. Hamide Bayrampur, MSc PhD from Vancouver, Canada. She is a Master of Science and Doctor of Philosophy in Reproductive and Developmental Sciences. She has a number of working experiences. For now, Dr. Hamide is an assistant professor from Faculty of Medicine, University of British Columbia, Canada. Her research interests are perinatal period, drugs and pregnancy or breastfeeding, developmental outcomes, maternal mental health, perinatal anxiety, pregnancy outcomes, and prenatal cannabis use. So many publications that Dr. Hamide had. The latest is cannabis use during the preconception period and pregnancy after legalization, which published in Journal of Obstetric Gynecology, Canada at 2020. In this webinar, Dr. Hamide will present about risk factors, patterns, and screening for anxiety symptoms during pregnancy. For Dr. Hamide, please, the time is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm just gonna start with sharing my slides.
Okay. You already be the co-host? Yes.
So can you see my slide?
Yes, I
Perfect.
already have.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having me here. It's a great pleasure and honor. Hi, everyone. Great to meet you here. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about my research that's been focused on perinatal mental health, mostly anxiety. So first, I would like to acknowledge that I'm coming to this call from traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. I have no conflict of interest related to this work to declare. So first of all, I would like to start with significance of perinatal anxiety, why we need to care about perinatal anxiety during pregnancy. So then I'll talk about risk factors for anxiety during pregnancy, discussing one of our systematic reviews that we did, and then talking about patterns of symptoms of anxiety and depression during pregnancy, and talking a little bit about screening for general anxiety and pregnancy-specific anxiety. Anxiety is a very common mental health problem, perhaps one of the most common mental health issues. Research shows that 26% of men and 40% of women may experience some type of anxiety disorders during their lifetime. So why it's very common among women compared to men, it could be because so many reasons: developmental issues, genetics, societal roles that they have, and also reproductive events like pregnancy, breastfeeding, menopause, and so on can contribute to women's vulnerability to have anxiety. Perinatal period, like traditionally we thought that someone who gets pregnant, they are so happy, everything is fine. So it's kind of a protective factor against mental health issues. But research shows that it is not true. And pregnant women and pregnant people also experience mental health issues, and sometimes actually they start during the pregnancy. So we know that there are higher risks of anxiety disorders like generalized anxiety disorders, sometimes OCDs. And in fact, 1 in 5 pregnant people, they might experience anxiety symptoms. Like if you give them some anxiety questionnaire, 1 in 5 people, you will see that they have high anxiety symptoms. However, like we know that most previous research has been focused on depression. I don't know there, but here we also in clinical settings, we are so focused on identifying depression, and still anxiety is very silent and not many focus has been on that. We are hoping that it's going to be changed. So why we care about maternal anxiety? Why it's important for us to study and to detect anxiety in pregnancy? Well, first of all, it's important because the pregnant woman is suffering, they have anxiety. But beyond that, research shows that it has impact on birth outcomes. People who have anxiety during pregnancy, they are more likely to have adverse birth outcomes like preterm birth, low birth weight. There are several mechanisms it could happen, like sometimes blood flow to the uterus decreases. Sometimes mothers are so anxious to eat food. Sometimes to control this anxiety, they might use substances that interfere with baby's growth and resulting in low birth weight. Also, postpartum depression, we know that having a previous history of anxiety disorder is a greater risk factor for having postpartum depression than having actually a previous depression. And also anxiety is a strongest predictor of postpartum depression, having anxiety during pregnancy. Mothers who experience anxiety during pregnancy, also their babies are more likely to have cognitive, behavioral, and psychomotor development issues early in their life. Like at 2 years old, they are having more like visual issues or are more temperament issues. And also sometimes this stays, like because those impact that high anxiety during pregnancy can have some impact in hormonal level of pregnant mother. It can translate to babies, hormonal, structure and make people who have anxious mothers more prone to mental health issues later in their life. So there are some economic reports, mostly coming from United Kingdom. There's a joint report from London School of Economic and Political Sciences and Center for Mental Health. They studied and they noticed that the cost of perinatal period mental health issues like depression, anxiety, and psychosis is about £8 billion on the healthcare system every year. And 72% of this cost is related to adverse effect on child and not mother. For like having a baby, like having preterm birth, having low birth weight, or having children with more developmental issues that they need services to get ready for school, some of the issues that they might experience. For mother, of course, loss of their income, ability to work, not being able to focus, and impact on their quality of life. Here in Canada, we don't have much on economy side of the mental health issues, but in one of our provinces in Ontario, we know that just direct cost of depression is about 20 million. It just does not include anxiety, does not include other mental health issues, and does not include impacts on the early development. So the question is, what makes a person vulnerable to anxiety during pregnancy? Or in another word, what are the risk factors of pregnancy anxiety? So to answer to this question, my colleague and myself, we did a systematic review. We looked at databases, perhaps you're familiar with systematic reviews. You search all the articles published and then try to answer your research questions. We look at Midline, Psych-Info, EBSCO, Signal, Scopus, and we looked at studies that either they were cross-sectional or they were cohort studies or case control studies. And we looked only at those studies that measured anxiety as a separate concept from depression and other mental health conditions. And we also looked at the quality of the studies. We included over 100 studies. We find that there were extreme heterogeneity among our studies. Many studies measured anxieties using so many different scales. They were so varied in terms of sample sizes, where they conducted the study, and who were the participants. To examine like the association between each potential risk factor and anxiety, we try to separate them, these analyses based on bivariate and multivariate comparisons, and we look at each potential risk factors based on their statistical significance, direction of effect, and also sample size. So here I'm going to show you some of our results. these factors that I'm showing in these figures they were results of the systematic review. You will see that, for example, here we had previous pregnancy loss, person who had miscarriage, or in other ways that they lost their pregnancy. We had over 23,000 people in combined studies. This is bivariate association, means that we only looked at association between having a previous pregnancy loss and see how it predicts anxiety. In multivariate, when you look at anxiety association with having in the pregnancy loss association with anxiety, you also control for other factors like socioeconomic status, like having social support, things like that. So this multivariate is more reliable than bivariate. Here we are presenting both. You will see that studies that are brown, like number of studies or number of participants, this means non-significant. And the blue part and also green part shows that the associations were significant. Looking at this, looks like previous pregnancy loss was a significant predictors of anxiety, because there are lots of blues here and lots of greens here. So pregnancy loss, previous pregnancy loss is a huge significant of anxiety. What does it mean for you in the clinic? Well, when you are taking medical history from your pregnant women, if somebody says, yeah, by the way, I lost one of my previous pregnancy, I had a miscarriage or things like that, this is a risk factor. This is like a red flag. Oh, maybe this person could have anxiety symptoms. It doesn't mean that they have anxiety symptoms 100%, but they put them at higher risk to have anxiety symptoms. Social support, you will see that like there was like lots of blue, lots of greens, means that that was another significant risk factor for anxiety. Smoking and substance use, they were like not not clear for bivariate association, but in multivariate, they were also associations between smoking and substance use. It's not clear that smoking comes first, then anxiety, or anxiety comes first. Because of anxiety, people start smoking or using substances, but there is association, which is mostly correlation. You see that maternal age does not contribute much to anxiety in pregnancy. History of mental health issues is a strong predictor of anxiety. If somebody had previous depression, previous anxiety, they are at higher risk to have anxiety during their pregnancy. Having a history of childhood abuse, childhood trauma, or being in an abusive relationship also is a strong risk factor for anxiety. Having medical complications like gestational diabetes, preeclampsia, things like that puts your pregnant person in more risk for having anxiety. Having stress, like somebody moved, somebody lost like a loved one, things like that, like life events, also strong contributors to anxiety in pregnancy. Somebody who had infertility, this was kind of, the evidence was divided. Some studies shows that people who have infertility, when they become pregnant, they are so happy, but some people could be very anxious because they've been taking this mental load of not having baby for a long time. So it's kind of a little bit mixed in terms of infertility. Personality traits, it shows that people who have higher self-esteem, people who are most positive, they are less likely to have anxiety. On the other side, people with low self-esteem, low perceived control, they are more likely to have anxiety. Coping strategies, it's kind of divided. So we couldn't make strong conclusions on how coping strategies are contributing to anxiety. So these studies shows that overall, several factors contribute to anxiety. It's not just one factor. There are so many factors contributing. So it's important for us to be understand, to be aware of these factors. And also sometimes people suffer from multiple factors. Someone could have like previous pregnancy loss, plus they don't have like much social support. Plus they might have like a mom that who had depression, or they were previously depressed. So adding all those risk factors contributes to anxiety. Just having pregnancy complications, for example, only contributes to 3% of the variance in anxiety, but having different layers of this, problems, stresses, multiple layers of worries just can contribute to having anxiety in pregnancy. So these factors, you see that many of these factors, we don't have to wait for the person to become pregnant. So we know they have previous loss or they have like previous mental health history. So these can be identified very early in pregnancy. So these are those factors that you want to kind of pay attention. And if you have a client, if you have a pregnant woman coming to your clinic, coming to your care, being aware that this person might be experiencing anxiety and they might need a little bit more help. So how anxiety symptoms change during the perinatal period? There are different opinions about the course of perinatal depression and anxiety. Some people think people who are anxious, they are remaining anxious throughout pregnancy. And some people say, no, anxiety can change. Some people could be relieved, some people could get worse. So there were lots of different opinions. Some initial studies coming from qualitative studies showed that it's constant, no changing, but further studies coming from quantitative components showed that actually just this pattern of the symptom could be changing throughout pregnancy. So this is important because we want to know what is the pattern of the symptoms so we can target the screening for this population. So we did this study looking at the trajectories of perinatal depressive and anxiety symptoms in a community cohort. This study, I think we did it in 2016, and the aim was that to determine the trajectories of depression and anxiety in a community sample in Alberta, Canada. And we wanted to know if there are symptoms of depression and anxiety are changing during perinatal period, and if it's changing, who are experiencing anxiety when. We want to compare the demographic, psychosocial, and objective characteristics in each trajectory group. So for this study, we use data from all our babies study. This is a big cohort that's been created in Alberta, Canada. There are lots of other publications based on this study. If you want to have a look, those are interesting too. But basically, participants for this cohort, they were pregnant people. They were recruited in their second trimester when they were less than 25 weeks. They completed some questionnaire at that point. Then in third trimester, which was like 34 to 36 weeks, they completed another questionnaire. When they delivered at 4 months postpartum, they completed their third questionnaire, and at 12 months postpartum, they completed their last questionnaire. We have over 1,400 people coming to this study. Our main variables that we studied, we looked at state subscale of Spielberg State Trait Anxiety Inventory, or STAI. This is a good screening tool, good scale to measure anxiety. And we also use Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, or EPDS. You know that arguably EPDS is the best screening tool to screen for depression during pregnancy and postpartum. So people, our pregnant women completed this questionnaire 4 times, twice during pregnancy and twice in postpartum. And we looked at the pattern of the change of these symptoms throughout this time. This is our sample characteristics. You can see that our participants was pretty in a high socioeconomic status. Most of them were married. Most of them were between 25 and 34 years old. And they mostly were born in Canada. And they were highly educated, and we had some balance between first-time moms and more than first-time moms. So this is a figure, this is trajectory, this is a pattern that we find out for anxiety. So this line in the middle, this is delivery. So you can see that this is our third trimester, second trimester, third trimester. This is when baby is born, and 4 months postpartum and 12 months postpartum. This is our STAI anxiety scale. You know that I think the maximum score that you can get is around 70-ish. So more higher score here means more anxiety. This is like 4D. The red line is the cutoff point for anxiety symptoms. So anything beyond, below this 4D means no anxiety or little anxiety. Anything above this red line means loss of anxiety or clinical anxiety. So looking at this, you will see that these two lines, these are like, we had 5 groups of people. These 2 groups, they always were below this red line. So they means that they didn't have anxiety symptoms, or their anxiety was so mild, so they were under the red line. We call them minimal and mild anxiety. Then we had this line here, this group of people, they were always anxious. They start pregnancy with anxiety, they ended with anxiety, we call them chronic, like these people chronically were suffering from anxiety. But we had some group of people that they were anxious at the beginning of the pregnancy, but their anxiety comes down after birth of the baby and stays down. And also we had a group of people, they were not anxious during, pregnancy, but after birth, the anxiety takes off and they become anxious. When we looked at the symptoms of the depression, we also kind of see a similar pattern. Like we had 5 groups, we had like 2 minimal, 1 chronic, and 1 antenatal, and 1 postnatal. So we were interested to know, who are these people? What are the characteristics of these people? So we looked at their characteristics through this table. You will see that we looked at the income, the characteristics of their income, education, their marital status, their age, where they were born, if they had history of mental health issues, if they had history of abuse or neglect, or if they have low perceived social support or high perceived stress. And you will see that these are all mild, and we put our minimal as a reference group, so you don't see it here. We compared every group to our reference group, which was the minimal. Then we had postpartum group, and people, antepartum group, people were anxious during pregnancy, but no anxiety after birth, and people who were chronically anxious all the time. So you see that looking at this variable, if we just look at for chronic one, people who were always anxious, they had history of mental health issues, they had history of abuse or neglect, they have low perceived social support, and they had lots of stresses in their lives. And you can see that these factors also contribute for anxiety for any people who were anxious, either antepartum or postpartum. But if you look at 2 demographic factors, like income, like education, like marital status, you see that these are only meaningful for people who have transient anxiety. They are anxious either antenatally or postnatally. So what this means for us, it means that people who are chronically anxious, they have chronically mental health problem, they have very much underlying problems, like they have history of mental health issues, history of abuse, they have low perceived social support, or they have lots of stresses. So these people, perhaps at some point, they had onset of mental health issues before pregnancy, and they come with that clinical picture into the pregnancy. But these people who have antenatal or postpartum issues, they are people who have more like demographic issues. Maybe they are coming from low-income family. Maybe they don't have a supporting partner. So these are contributing to the picture. So this can kind of help you seeing that if you have a client, they were fine before pregnancy, everything was fine, but you know that they are coming from low socioeconomic status, or they are single, they are more likely to be anxious and also depressed, because perhaps coming from low income household is the strongest risk factor for having depression. This table kind of continues showing the same trend. You will see that people with chronic anxiety, they will have unplanned pregnancy and also low perceived physical health, which is kind of similar for other groups as well. You see that people who have anxiety during antenatal period, they are more likely to have emergency C-section. I don't know why, but this is the finding that our data showed. And also people who have anxiety during pregnancy and postpartum, also they are more likely to have preterm birth. I have to mention that our chronic sample was pretty small. Thankfully, not many people were suffering from chronic anxiety. So maybe these numbers are not completely have like strong power, good power to show their associations with pregnancy outcome for chronic group. So what we learned from this was that, well, looks like, yes, it could be saying that symptoms of depression and anxiety could be stable throughout pregnancy, but there are two groups of people that symptoms are changing. They are sometimes anxious during pregnancy, and they are not anxious during pregnancy, and they become anxious after postpartum. This means if we want to help all pregnant women, we need to screen them twice. Once during pregnancy to identify people who have come into pregnancy with anxiety, or they have only antenatal anxiety, and also early postpartum to identify again our chronic group and also people who have their onset of anxiety during the postpartum period. Okay, this brings us to screening. Now, how we can screen for anxiety during pregnancy? Screening helps us to target our efforts and our resources. Always resources for mental health are, like in general, resources for healthcare are limited, so we need to make sure that we target them very carefully. Something that one of my very favorite tools to use is for general anxiety is GAD-7. I don't know if you've heard of this. It is Generalized Anxiety Disorder 7 scale. It's a great scale. It's been initially developed to assess generalized anxiety disorders, but then after a while, other studies showed that it's a good scale to, in general, screen for anxiety symptoms and also identify other type of anxiety. You can access to this scale in this link. I will show you that here you can not only access to GAD-7, but also PHQ. PHQ is a scale for depression. It's been used here by family doctors to screen people for depression. Those are excellent tools to be used for screening. And you also see that you can choose a language that you want to use. So there are other languages for this scale. So maybe that would be relevant for your work. I don't know if GAD-7 has been translated for in your language, but that would be an opportunity for you to work on this. And it's only 7 items I'm going to show you momentarily. So translate it, apply it to your population, look at its sensitivity, specificity, how it predicts your anxiety in your population. That would be an excellent paper for people who are interested in research. That would be a good thing to contribute. So here is the actual Generalized Anxiety Disorder 7 scale. You see that they are very simple questions. Ask people over the last 2 weeks how they were feeling, if they were bothered with any of these. And then people circle one of those, and based on their answers, they could get any score from 0 to 3. And you can calculate, find the total score of the person on GAD-7 with adding all these scores together and their final score. And you can see here that this scale, you don't need any permission or to reproduce, translate, or display. This is publicly available. You only need to make the citation. So it's excellent tool to use. And nice thing is that you don't need to pay any fee or license or permission. How you interpret the GAD-7? the maximum score could be 21. If your participants, if your client, if the pregnant person that you are seeing scores between 0 to 4, it means that almost they don't have any anxiety. We can't say no one has anxiety, but minimal anxiety for that person. Say scores between 5 to 9, a little bit of anxiety, mild anxiety, between 10 to 14, some moderate anxiety, and between 15 to 21, that would be severe anxiety, perhaps indicating of anxiety disorders, but absolutely these people need more assessment. I also noticed that, like, when I was looking at the literature, perhaps you're familiar with EPDS, Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, excellent tool to screen for depression, both during pregnancy and postpartum period. If you go to this link, perhaps you have seen it, but just of curiosity, like this is like a paper discussing EPDS utility for in Indonesian language. And EPDS also has been translated for 40 languages. Excellent tool, can be used for screening for depression. Well, what if your pregnant person, pregnant woman has anxiety? Well, I'm not like expert in management of the anxiety, but these are books that we use here. Excellent book. I don't know if they are being translated in your language, but could be something that you can do for your pregnant people. Actually, pregnant person can complete this book, and it's more like self-help book. Also, I know that clinicians use these books. It's an excellent book. You can, if you are interested to learn more about prenatal mental health, these are books that you can study. Something that I am very interested and is actually has been the focus of my research for a while is pregnancy-specific anxiety. But pregnancy-specific anxiety is, well, we know that generalized anxiety, person is anxious about anything, like everything. It's more, as it says, generalized anxiety. But pregnancy-specific anxiety are anxieties and worries that are specific to pregnancy. And how we define it is that nervousness and fear about the baby's health, the mother's health and appearance, experiences with the healthcare system, social and financial issues in the context of pregnancy, childbirth, parenting, which is accompanied by excessive worry and somatic symptoms. Sometimes it can be associated with adaptive behaviors such as excessive reassurance-seeking behaviors or avoiding behaviors. Why we care about pregnancy-specific anxiety? Why we just looking at anxiety in general? Well, there is some studies. I think it's been starting like in 2004, and actually some people in the 70s actually looking at this association and understanding that anxieties that are focused on pregnancy are different than general anxiety or depression. So that was like, they noticed they have different trajectories, they have different risk factors. And when they looked at the more closely at pregnancy-specific anxiety and birth outcome and child outcomes, they also noticed that like there was a big cohort study conducted in Canada. They adjusted for various risk factors, depression, stress, and also medical risk. And they noticed that only pregnancy-specific anxiety was independently associated with having preterm birth. Like other studies shown that pregnancy-specific anxiety can predict trial-negative activity, but no association has been found with general anxiety. I was reading that also more basic studies has shown that pregnancy-specific anxiety can also actually change the genetic and some genome construct of the babies, and people with anxiety, their babies could have these issues, but people with depression won't have the same. So this is just basic science studying this pregnancy-specific anxiety impact on growing babies. So it's still a work in progress, but we know that when anxieties are focused on pregnancy, perhaps it has more effect on baby. There are lots of scale. I would say, like we did this concept analysis at BFund at that point, which was in 2015, 99 scales that developed to measure anxiety. In 2015, Bronte, some researcher from Australia, they did this systematic review and they studied several of these, not all of them, several of these specific scales, and they noticed that there are like missing dimensions in these scales, and these scales do not reflect diffuse and multi-dimensional concept of PSA. And like them, many people also say that we do need a new measurement, a new scale to measure anxiety, which is specific to pregnancy during pregnancy. So what we did in 2016, we went back to literature, we reviewed the studies, all studies focused on anxiety during pregnancy. Our goal was to identify what is pregnancy-specific anxiety, what are its attributes, what is its domains, what are its triggers, and what are consequences of pregnancy-specific anxiety. We used Walker and Arendt modified approach suitable for concept analysis. I believe that we had about 40 studies that met our inclusion criteria. We included in our review. We also looked at how many scales were out there. We wanted to know, okay, this is the concept of pregnancy-specific anxiety. Of this concept, which area has been covered with current scales and which area has been missed. So this is how we define the attributes of the concept. It was affective responses, which included fear and nervousness, cognition, like excessive worry, racing thoughts, and somatic symptoms. Like somatic symptoms, the most important one was sleep problems. Like you can't separate sleep from anxiety. Which one comes first? Who knows? But we know that sleep has been interrupted for anxious people. We identified 9 dimensions for pregnancy-specific anxiety. Anxiety about fetal health, fetal loss, childbirth, parenting, and newborn care, mother's well-being, anxiety about body image, healthcare-related issues, financial issues, and family and social support. So these are the 9 domains of pregnancy-specific anxiety that pregnant person might be worrying about. There were some consequences like excessive reassurance seeking. Pregnant women might be saying, calling their doctor, their midwife all the time saying, I want more ultrasound, I want more testing. They might be excessively and obsessively counting their babies' movement. So always they are looking for more reassurance to making sure everything is fine. Sometimes they avoid, there are some people that they are so anxious about pregnancy, they are so worried that they can lose the baby. They stop talking about their pregnancy. They don't think about their pregnancy. They don't get prepared for coming the baby, just to avoiding those thinking. And sometimes it has negative impacts on their function. Pregnant people are anxious like other people. They can't focus. Sometimes they can't make decisions. I had this client that she was so anxious to think about which mode of delivery she's gonna choose, because she had a previous C-section, emergency C-section, and now she was pregnant again. She was so concerned that about the labor. She was so fearful, so she just didn't want to think about it. So she was indecisive. She couldn't think about what mode of delivery she's gonna choose. Like I was talking to her at 39 weeks, she hasn't been decided yet. It also impact on their relationship with their partner, with their other people, and how they function at home or at work. When we identified the concept of pregnancy-specific anxiety, we went back to skills that are existed, and we wanted to know what has been covered and what has been missing. We had 9 scales that we identified. These are all good scales, although none of them are perfect, but they are good. You can look and search for them, read their papers, good scales here. Of those 7, we were able to retrieve 9. We retrieved 7 scales. Of those 7, 2 of them were not related, even though their name said pregnancy-specific or pregnancy-related anxiety. They didn't have much of items related to pregnancy. So we had 5 scales that we did. We looked at their coverage of this scale, like emotional coverage, cognitive, somatic, and consequences. None of these scales covered somatic symptoms. Some of these scales covered consequences, and some of them covered the cognition. The cognitions part was very important. Remember that we had 9 dimensions. So what we did, we looked closer, much closer to the cognition part. So these are our 9 cognitions. You see that we looked at all those 5 scales. You will notice that some of the concepts, some of the dimensions has not been covered with all of them. Like some of them has been covered, like fetal health, covered mostly with all of the scales, loss of fetus, some of them, childbirth, almost all of them. But things like mother's well-being or body image or healthcare related issues only covered with a couple of them. And also we had some dimensions like financials related to pregnancy or family and social support. They were not covered by any measures of pregnancy related anxiety. So what we did, we decided to create a new scale. My work has been focused on creating a new scale. Our study is completed. We have a scale, it has 33 items. It's under review for one of the journals. I'm happy to share when it's ready. And I also know that Bronton from Australia, they also published a new scales. I think it's called PRAS, Pregnancy Related Anxiety. It's a good scale. It's very promising. That one is a good one. I think that one is also 30 something items. Also pregnancy related anxiety scale, or also called pregnancy related thoughts. It's been developed in United States by Renee et al. It's a good scale to measure PSA. Only have 10 items. But what I can tell you is that pregnancy specific anxiety is very setting sensitive. So anxieties that people in Canada or America or Australia they have might not be exactly anxieties that your population have. So it's always good to have taken these scales, give them to your population and ask them for their feedback. I had some colleagues from UK and Ghana that they did the same. They wanted to know what pregnancy-specific anxiety means for people in Ghana. So they did qualitative studies and they developed their own scale, which is very nice because we have different cultures, we have different values. Although all of us could be worried about baby's health, but there are other aspects that could be more highlighted for some of our participants. So it's always good to be sensitive, to be aware what is important for your population. So I suggest that you think about this and always been adopting these scales, think about your population, what really matters to them. Something that we also noticed is that diagnostic criteria for pregnancy-specific anxiety, we did clinical diagnostic interviews with 300 people, but because we don't have any diagnosis, clinical diagnosis yet for pregnancy-specific anxiety, it was so hard to validate this. So we use adjustment disorder or any other anxiety disorders as a proxy, but I think we also need a diagnostic criteria defining what is pregnancy-specific anxiety in clinic means. This is a great book. Dr. Dreyer and Bronton from Australia, they wrote about pregnancy-related anxiety. If you have any interest to learn more about pregnancy-specific anxiety and pregnancy-related anxiety, this is an excellent book, so I highly recommend that. That was my presentation. I would like to acknowledge all people who participate in my study, all the funding that I received from Alberta Innovative Health Solutions, CIHR, Canadian Institute of Health Research, from my postdoctoral studies in the University of Calgary, Faculty of Medicine, and also my current employee from UBC Midwifery Program. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Hamide. It's very interesting, right? It's the issue is about anxiety symptoms at pregnant women, because so many pregnant women have anxiety symptoms, but they haven't been talking to others, so it become just for herself. It's like that. Okay, next we will have a discussion, and here we already have so many questions, but we will answer two first. I will read the first question. Okay. Tim, can you share the question? Okay, the first question is, what efforts should be made by the family to prevent anxiety in pregnant women? It's from Jasmine. Dr. Hamide, can you answer the question?
Hi, Jasmine. Thank you for your question. It's an excellent question. Preventing anxiety, love it. Honestly, most of the efforts has been focused on managing anxiety, detecting anxiety. I know that there are some works has been focused on depression, on trying to manage depression, identify depression. So this is a great question. What I can say, there are some ways that we can help. Some studies for depression. I don't think we had studies looking at the anxiety specifically, but for depression, there are peer support, like pregnant people who come together. They can talk about their worries, they can talk about their mental health. Having those circle of support is very helpful, and also coming to the pregnancy with a stronger mental health, understanding that maybe, I don't know how is it there, but it's so trendy here to do mindfulness, to do breathing, having those backup plans with you to the pregnancy. It's very helpful. Again, I don't know how it's in Indonesia, but here there are lots of expectation of pregnant women to be happy, to be perfect moms, to handle everything, to be super moms. Having so many expectations doesn't help pregnant women. So kind of easy and saying that, okay, it's okay to not to be perfect. I believe maybe softening these standards of the society of what perfect mom means can help pregnant women to be less hard on themselves, because anxiety can be very intense in pregnancy because it's interfere. Every pregnant women, most of pregnant women, they have this instinct that they want to protect their baby, protect their pregnancy, because that's a maternal instinct. And if you are a little bit worried, that can be intensified. So having taking away the pressure of to being perfect, I think that might help.
All right. So the pregnant woman is just women, not superwoman, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hamide. And the second question, we have one more question. Yes, it's from Suci Amelia. How do midwives perform mental health detection in pregnant women so that they're honest with their circumstances? Because in Indonesia, having mental health problems is still a nightmare. That's not common to talk to others. So here we have a taboo. Mental health problem is just a taboo issue. So they cannot talk to others. Dr. Hamide, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, in one of my studies, I had a participant. She was from Asia, and she actually told, when I asked her, when you have mental health issues, who would you talk to? She told me, my family, my husband, that's it. No strangers. And honestly, that is true sometimes here in Canada too. Sometimes people don't talk about their mental health. I had a paper, if you're interested, you can read it. It says, it's for pregnant women's preferences for mental health screening. It could be person doesn't feel comfortable. They don't see maternity care provider. They don't see midwives as a person. They don't see their role as looking at the mental health. They say, okay, this is for my baby to just check in. for my baby's heartbeat, by my blood pressure, and that's it. So I think that defining their role within the healthcare system can help. Like for us, trust is helpful. Like if you're pregnant women come into your clinic, if they trust you, I don't expect them to talk to you like at the first session, like how are you? And they open up and talk about their mental health issues, their partner, intimate partner abuse. Like that's a big issue as well. Those are very private issues. Like usually here, like continuity of the care helps. If you keep seeing pregnant people throughout the pregnancy, the same pregnant person, if you're open, if they can trust you, they will open up. And they say like, ask question every session. You don't know when they're gonna open up, right? So trying to build that rapport, asking the questions, continuity of the care is helpful. And also what happens if somebody open up? Is there any pathway to help them? Or like, actually my participant told me like, what's going to happen if I tell them I have this thought, this intrusive thoughts? Is there any help for me? Or like, would be social services coming and taking my baby away? So what happens next is also important. Make sure that they get support, they receive support that they need. And that could be a bit challenging. I don't know how it's there, but we're still working on that on pathways or prenatal mental health.
Yes, I agree. So we have to able to open up, right? Open up to mothers so that they want to be open about their self, about their condition. Okay, thank you, Dr. Hamideh, for the explanation. Maybe only 2 questions that we can share because it's time limited. So from the presentation, I'm sorry, can we have one more question? Oh yeah, okay. Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Hamideh, we have one more question.
Sure.
Okay, we know that there are many factors that cause depression. How do we as midwife to suppress the occurrence of postpartum depression in providing services? Is there a main approach that we can take? I think this question is similar with the second question.
Yes, I believe it says many factors cause depression, how we can suppress the occurrence of postpartum depression. I believe that, yeah, you're right. This is kind of similar to preventing postpartum depression. Well, I love this question because it kind of brings it back to pregnancy, saying that anxiety is important. Why is it important? Because it's the strongest predictor of postpartum depression. And you are right. Waiting to postpartum period is hard. Like pregnancy is a time that baby's inside, it's not crying, mom have time, like they can focus on their mental health. But in postpartum period, they usually sleep deprived. They have so many other things to take care. They have to breastfeed, they have to figure out breastfeeding, so many other things. They might have the surgery. Like lots of things could be going on. It could be like sometimes for postpartum, they say it's a crisis management. Eat, sleep, like it's very, it's kind of difficult. Early postpartum period could be difficult for pregnant people. So it's always good to start from pregnancy. If they have depression, anxiety, we need to start detecting then, having the support place there, like having the family members being aware that this person needs lots of support. Support makes lots of difference. Like it sounds soft, but it does make a difference. Like peer support is important. Like having a family member is there to help the mother, help the pregnant women with the whole household, homework, like doing like dishes, whatever it is, those are important. It does count, like having someone to take care of the baby so mom can sleep. These are like in postpartum period is important, but bringing back to pregnancy, my favorite thing is that start there in pregnancy. But some people look at mindfulness, how they can impact that, like CBT, teaching how people deal with their uncomfortable thoughts during pregnancy to be ready to start a postpartum period can be very helpful.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hamide. So from the presentation, we understand the importance of planning before pregnancy, right? So not only for husband and wife, but also the support of the family, so that pregnant and postpartum women doesn't experience anxiety. Yeah,
And it sounds like having a midwife. I know how's the midwifery situation there, but here people love having midwives because midwives give them support. Like
yes,
philosophy of midwifery as a holistic care, not physical thing, but also mental. It's so important. Midwives spend lots of time, especially during the COVID, that people didn't see their families. Like our participant told us that they expected support from the midwife. They want to call, they take the phone, midwives call them, say, how are you doing? So lots of expectations, but being like a midwife, you're in a great place to support your people too.
Okay, all right. So proud to be a midwife, right? Okay, thank you, Dr. Hamide. Maybe that is the last question. So because the time is limited, we apologize. Not all questions can be answered by Dr. Hamide Bairampur. If the participants still want to ask questions, then the question can be submitted to the committee to convey to our speaker. Thank you, Dr. Hamide, to your explanation. We hope that our meeting doesn't end here, but we can continue to develop collaboration between our institution. Hopefully.
Thank you so much for having me here. It was a great pleasure.
Yes. Before we go into the next speaker, we will give a certificate for Dr. Hamide Bairampur. Okay. Tim, maybe you can share the, Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We would like to give this certificate for you for your kindness to join to our webinar. Thank you so much. Hopefully we can see you again in another agenda. Thank you so much, Dr. Hamide.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the second speaker. Okay, here we have Ibu Dr. Wustari Mangunjaya. Ibu Wustari, you already here, right? Yeah. Halo, Ibu.
Halo.
Yeah, Ibu Wustari, Magister Organization Psychology, SA Psycholog, or we usually call her as Ibu Iwus, ya, Ibu?
Yes, please.
Yes, Ibu Iwus is a friend in Midwifery Department, Health Poltekkes Jakarta 3, with Performa Cita, Bu, since 2006, ya, Bu?
Yeah. And we will do it again, right?
Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Bu Wustari. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and international webinar participants, now we will move to our second speaker. I will read her CV. Ibu Dr. Wustari Mangunjaya, live in Jakarta. She already finished her Master of Organizational Psychology from Faculty of Psychology, University of Queensland, Brisbane, Australia, and Doctor of Psychology with a focus on Psychology and Change Management from the Faculty of Psychology, University of Indonesia. And now she is an Associate Professor at Faculty of Psychology, University of Bayangkara, and still lecturing in Faculty of Psychology, University of Indonesia, and also a lecturer at Magister Management, University of Indonesia. Dr. Wustari, also a senior consultant on Performa Cita Management Consulting, a management consulting agency founded by her since 1994. And she also has so many experiences as consultant and facilitator or trainee in various training programs, leadership training, self-development, and other soft skills in various organizations. Both the Ministry, BUMN, PMA, PMDN, educational institutions, and NGOs. In this webinar, Ibu Iwus will present it about developing mental health, the role of paramedic, family, and future mother. For Bu Wustari, please, the time is yours, Ibu.
Thank you very much. May I do the share screen?
Oh yes, of course.
Okay.
You already be the co-host, Ibu?
I don't know. I hope.
Yes, you already be
okay.
the, yeah.
Okay, can you see it?
Yes, already. Yes, it's great.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera for everybody and all the distinguished colleagues, yeah, as well as distinguished participants in this conference. First of all, I would like to congratulate you that can conduct an international conference, yeah, about midwifery, whatever is from the side of the anxiety, yeah, from the midwifery roles, but also I'm going to talk, because my background is in psychology, I would like to talk about the mental health and how the paramedic and family, yeah, and the future modern roles in this case, right? Okay. Oops, this is you already see it. Okay, the objective of this session is to talk about the mental health problems and the effect that might have on the person itself, and the role of the wife, the family, the future mother in fulfilling mental health condition, and how the ways to establish and develop the mental health. Okay, first of all, I would like to describe about what is the mental health. Yeah, I try to cite the WHO, yeah, World Health Organization, regarding the mental health. They're saying that the mental health itself, is a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities and can cope with the normal stress of life, can work productively, fruitfully, and is able to make a contribute of his or her community. So we can see that if people has a mental health, assumably that he or she will be happy in their life, right? So there are 7 components, yeah, in mental health. Yeah, first is we call it in-person therapy. What we mean in this in-person therapy, that usually as a person, yeah, we all feel a need, yeah, to decompress from the pressures, yeah, and stress of life. So in this case, we have to learn all the techniques, yeah, and about the care and regulation that can improve our quality of life. Maybe we can start learning how to control, yeah, the mental health state. Maybe like our previous speaker has been stated about how to control the anxiety, the emotional state. Yeah, it might also influence the mental health of the person. Okay. Secondly, we talk about community. Yeah. how can the community will improve also our mental health? Building a solid community of support, love, and friendship around ourselves will be very essential in our wellness journey. So, in this regard, we know that our time has been spent between family, society, and work, or outside that. So, in this case, if we have a very supporting climate, supporting climate community at work, because usually we spend also so much time at work, you can count how many hours that you spend at work. So if we can establish a very conducive climate, this also will enhance our mental health. And number 3, it says that about the physical health. In this regard, the body and the brain are intimately interconnected. So if you can do very high what you call it, high level of physical exercise, you can just do it a little exercise by walking around your surrounding. And number 4 is about the intellectual health. What is mean by the intellectual health? Intellectual health means that our body, ourselves, we all need a balance. We need also to learn the new skills. We also need to learn the new knowledge. Why? Because this will open up our doors of opportunity. This will also widen our knowledge, as well as the skills and competencies that is needed right now. So the continuous learning is very, very important. Okay. Well, before we say that about the community right now, in a wider scope, we call it the environment health. So means that our environment also significantly impacts ourselves. That because our stressors also come from the environment, such as maybe the pollution, and also maybe transportation, like you spend a lot of time like spending from your home to your workplace, macet, and you will get nervous or upset about that. Is also affecting the mental health. Okay, how about the boundaries? Boundaries means that we know that it is impossible for us to fulfill all the life obligation. So you have to set the boundaries. Set the boundaries and learning to those things, which one is essential, and which one is not essential, or which one is essential and which one is nice to have or nice to do. So you will not get burned out, with all the obligation that you've got to do. And last one is about self-care. Sometimes, and usually women, when before they get married, they really taking care of themselves. They're taking care of their body, appearance, yeah, something like that. But then when they get married, the priority is the husband first, and she put, yeah, herself in the second place. This is also, I also talk this one with the Japanese women, yeah, and they are the one ask, oh yes, that's right, yeah, okay. So first, before married, they put themselves for the first priority, but when they get married, they put the first priority the husband, and when they get children, yeah, they put the priority is the children. So yeah, along the way, if they got so many children, so the priority for themselves, yeah, for the taking care of themselves, the me time, yeah, it's getting lower and lower. So, but please, I said it, for the sake of the mental health, you should spend some time for yourself. Yeah, take yourself to me time. Yeah, maybe sometimes you got to do to the spa, or enjoying yourself, go to the movies or whatever that make you happy, yeah, and make you fresh again. We need that. Okay, so factors that will influence the mental health. So between we call it the internal, yeah, it comes from within the individual, such as the characteristic personalities of the person. Yeah, maybe some of the person that is more what is it? Easy to become stressful, yeah, but the other maybe it's more happy and joyful, yeah. So that's also will influence the mental health condition. And the secondly is from the heredity, from the parents. Yeah, maybe we know that the parents is also not that cheerful. Yeah, so it also can influence the children as well. And the second, we also have the external one, the family upbringing and norms, and also the environment, school and society. Like I have already explained it to you, those two conditions will also influence the mental health of the person. What is the signs of the mental health problem? Yeah, we're talking about thinking, feeling, and behavior. Yeah, usually people who got mental health problems, mostly they have negative thinking. Yeah, and this also followed by the lack of a clear thinking, difficulties in decision making, as different perspective between thinking and realities. This also followed by the feeling, the rapid emotional changes. What it means that sometimes they are so happy, but not in a very long time. They change again, yeah, to become more sad, yeah, something like that. Feeling helplessness, feeling that she cannot do anything else. Yeah, frustrated, easily to feel sad, angry, and anxious, feeling of fear, feeling of indifference. And this thinking and feeling, yeah, it will show to the behavior, because they will have no energy to act. They withdraw, yeah, from the society, yeah, just want to be alone. They also even have the eating and sleeping difficulties, tend to fight with others, yeah, feeling of pain. Okay, those are the behavior that if you observe some of the people, yeah, showing this, or maybe even your client, yeah, as midwife, during the pregnancy or after the pregnancy. Maybe you can ask, oh, maybe she got some mental health problems. So, sources of mental health. Well, like I've been discussed before, there are some pressure, stress in daily life. What it means, maybe at work, relationship, family, or even they have the trauma and unpleasant experience in early childhood. You as a midwife, we can also talk, discuss nicely, and try to probe about the condition of the future mother, why they're acting like that, why they are so afraid, to have a child, to deliver the baby, or maybe she had some experience that was traumatic, or she saw her mother so painfully when she's having the baby. So this one, there is no support system. What it means by the support system is like the family, the husband, or even the extended family, as well as society, community. Like I also congratulate to the Polytechnic that will develop a health center. That can help also for the society, to support during the the experience, physical changes. These physical changes usually happen to the person that really paying attention to the appearance. Well, we know that when we are getting pregnant, our body will be different, and after delivering the baby, our body will be different also. That is why sometimes some people do not want to deliver the baby normally. They just want to do some operation because they do not want. They said that their body will be changed. They do not want to breastfeed, because they said that no, it will ruin my body. This is also the responsibility for the midwife, to give some explanation for them. Okay. Also, the sources of poor mental health, it can be due to the serious physical problems. Maybe for some people that have some injuries, and so they said that they cannot do anything, they're frustrated, this also will be having the mental health problem. Unhealthy lifestyle, and family with mental health problems, and also having influence with the children, the upbringing. Okay, so what is the benefit that if we have a good mental health? First, the absence of illness. We also can make the social connectedness and positive relationship. We will have a good self-esteem. With the good self-esteem, high self-esteem, we can also become a resilient person. We have a purpose in life, what we're going to achieve. This will also make our self growth and develop, and then make us also, we can master the environment, we can also decide for ourselves to move on. Okay, now what about mental health and reproductive health? Reproductive health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So it means that when we're talking about reproductive health, yeah, we're not talking about when we're talking about pregnancy. This is not an illness. Yeah, yeah. The women who are pregnant, they are as the same as the woman which is normally, but only they're now carrying the baby. They have to be very more careful. They have to take care of the body as well as the baby in herself. But beside of that, everything is the same. Yeah, because sometimes people also make exaggerating about the condition when they got pregnant. Okay, so when we talk about mental health, they say, oh, you got mental health. No worries. Mental health problems are common. Why? Most people, by the study of from the source of mental health foundation, most people will have a mental health problem at some point in their life. So it means 1 in every 4 person, yeah, have a mental health problem at some point. Like, so maybe previously, I also have some mental health problem. I feel very frustrated. I feel very, very low, very depressed. And that's the time that I need support, that I need somebody, that I need my friend, my best friend that I can talk to, that I can share my feelings. Yeah. And so I can back again to become resilient and move on. Yeah. The most common is mixed depression and anxiety. Yeah. So our first speaker has already mentioned that a smaller percentage of people will be diagnosed with a mental illness. Yeah. For example, schizophrenia, bipolar, but this is 1 or 2 in every 100. Yeah. And also have some personality disorder. But if we can take care of that, it will be okay. Okay. So what happens when someone has a mental health problem? We have discussed about that. This have some impact on the behaviorals, on their thought, on their mood, yeah, and also in their health, their well-being. And finally, those kind of things will also affect them in making relationship, in making good social skills, yeah, with the society, yeah, in their surrounding. Okay. Okay, now we're talking about this, yeah, about the risk of the mental health. Yeah, lifelong, yeah, if we have the poverty, domestic violence, sexual abuse, alcohol, stressful life, and everything, this make from the adolescent, we have family and peer problems. We have socioeconomic also. Before, yeah, during the perinatal period, have some adolescent pregnancy, unwanted, lack of support, being unmarried. After the baby is born, the postnatal period, sometimes they also have abortion, miscarriage, infancy, lack of social support. Yeah, these are the risks, yeah, that the people during the reproductive health having a mental health. Okay, antenatal depression. Why? Because they have poor uptake of health and social service, poor physical health, poor nutrition, substance and alcohol abuse, birth outcome. And we also antenatal anxiety, preeclampsia, intrauterine, preterm birth, long-term consequences, and so on. Yeah, how would the parenting be affected? We have to have, like I told you, boundaries, routine, emotional, physical availability, how we make decision, motivation, medication. Sometimes you even have the delusional belief involving the child, and also general ability to provide the consistent care. Okay, this is some of the survey research by the Mother's Mood Study. Yeah, it shows that the pregnant woman, yeah, mostly have mental health problem. Yeah, 32.5%. They have depression, they have anxiety. Yeah, this is also mental health problem, depression, and anxiety. And low self-efficacy, low support from family, and history of mental health will be predicted anxiety and depression symptoms. Yeah, so we can improve. I don't know how long that, how many minutes that I still have. Yeah, okay, improving the maternal mental health. Good. First is the woman has to have an access to what? To insurance coverage for that type of mental health care. There have to be universal screening about the mental health. They have to have the referral. They have to be educated, and also they have to be surveillance, like the robust funding to support that. Yeah, and the protective factors for the mental health. More education, because I think majority of women still need some education regarding the pregnancy. Yeah, and if it is possible, having a permanent job. Yeah, having a kind of trustworthy, intimate partner. Having a permanent job means that not only for them, but for the woman, but I mean for the head of the family. Yeah, and make sure that they have a companionship in labor. Yeah, that is why now the our government has the regulation, yeah, regarding and about the husband has to be standby, yeah, during the labor of their wife. Okay, how to care, yeah, to the mental health, understanding and awareness of the self mental health, finding support system, spare time to do activities that make people calm, exercise positive thinking, organize expectation, taking care of physical health, and finally, finding professional help if it is needed. Okay, we have to have involving, yeah, members. Always communicate and updating the information about the condition. Yeah, so you are as a midwife have to tell, yeah, the midwife that, come on, you should be frank. I mean the woman, your client, yeah, frank to the husband or to the family, yeah, about the condition. So the family members will be informed, yeah, about the condition, and if it is possible, they can be provided also with the basic training about the mental health and reproductive health. Okay. So what we can do in here, yeah, there is a lack of knowledge about the mental health. There should be emphasis on the physical health. Midwives and paramedics needs to be developed by providing training to boost their self-confidence in relation with mental health. Services for women also need to be enhanced. Family and society also need to be involved. Okay, this is my last one from Lady Gaga. Yeah, she said that individual acts and bravery and compassion can change the world. It is time to do the same for the mental health. So it means that, come on, yeah, let's together we develop the mental health together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu. Lady Gaga. Love Lady Gaga. Okay, thank you, Ibu Wustari, for the material and your explanation. We have already 3 questions here.
Okay.
Tim, maybe you can share the question. Hello? Okay. Yes, the first question is from Sherin. Can the absence of disease guarantee a person's mental health? Ibu Iwes?
Okay. And the absence of disease guarantee a person's mental health. Okay, Sharon. From my presentation before, the mental health, it doesn't mean that only talking about the absence of disease, because mental health is also constitute not only the physical condition, but also the psychological, the mental health itself. So if you are saying that, oh, okay, I'm physical healthy, I have no disease at all, it is one reason to be having a mental health. But it can also have other factors that make you have a lower problems with the mental health, such as like I told you before. So maybe as a person, you are healthy, you have no disease at all, but you feel frustrated, or you feel depression, or you feel what you call it, burnout. Yeah, but in reality, you don't feel anything. Okay, I'm happy. I'm okay. Yeah, but in your mind, yeah, you still having some problem. Thank you.
So the disease is apa?
When you talk disease about the physical disease, right?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Maybe the second question. Okay, the second question from Muhammad Ghazali. How to treat mental health for Indonesian people, such a hard level of work and activities? Oh, Indonesian people is like too hardworking, Bu Iwus. So how to treat the mental health of Indonesian people?
Okay, thank you. How to treat the mental with the hardworking people, and also the sometimes maybe alcoholic. Yeah. Okay. I think first, like if you are his or her friends, yeah, and you know that your friend is having a mental health problems, due to the hardworking, yeah. So maybe you can talk, having a discussion, yeah, first. Okay, you can ask, okay, what are you looking for, yeah, in life? Do you think by working very hard that you will be happy, that you will be successful? Is that money everything for you? Yeah. So because sometimes we forgot, yeah, we are wasting our time just looking for money. Yeah, we are working very, very hard. We know that we are responsible for our family, not only to feed them, but also to give them a very decent life, which is good. Yeah, but remember, yeah, there should be the work-life balance. Yeah, the work-life balance. Life is not only about working, or not only about money. Yeah, spending some time in your life with your loved one. spending some time with you in your life with your friend, spending some time in your life also for yourself, yeah, spoiling yourself, yeah, doing something that you like, yeah, doing the quote unquote me time, yeah, it's okay, yeah, having a me time, because sometimes we feel that no, it's not right, yeah, because I have to think of my family, this money goes, yes, yeah, but if you are having some problems, if you are having some also mental health problem, what is going to be, right? So okay, so we'll be a good one, and having some discussion, yeah, and tell them that that he or she having you as a friend to talk about everything. Okay.
Yeah. And maybe if we already have the symptoms of mental health, we can seek the psychologist maybe,
yes,
or
yes,
friends for
right,
for talking each other, maybe like
right.
that.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And maybe if the Polytechnic has already the central, yeah, central of the healthcare, and we can also develop some kind of activities that people can talk about that, yeah, and we can also have some kind of a group therapy, a group discussion regarding that they can talk about what's going on, what problem, and sometimes by talking to others and listening to others, it also will help. Yeah.
Yeah, Mbak Ibu. Hopefully someday we will have.
I mean, I know you can.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we have one more question. Yeah, last question from Octavia Wulandari. Good morning, Dr. Iwus. How to resolve the level of anxiety, especially for pregnant women during the COVID-19, so that the baby and mother remain safe and healthy? Is there a different way in different country? Please,
Okay.
Dr. Iwus.
Okay. Okay, that's a good question. Well, first, during the COVID, or not during the COVID, anxiety is there. If usually if you are pregnant, but maybe the level of anxiety, yeah, will be different during the COVID-19. Well, I am going to share about my experience regarding my daughter-in-law, which is pregnant, yeah, during the COVID-19.
Oh yeah.
And she has to be hospitalized, yeah, has to be hospitalized because of that. And because they were living in apartment before, so I asked also, okay, please check the husband. And then it happened that the husband also got COVID. Yeah, so luckily we have we can be having some rooms for them both, yeah, so they can take care of them, and then they can also try to support each other. So back to this, the first one, for the person that pregnant and has anxiety, is they have to be sure that there is somebody that can support them. Yeah, they can rely on them. Yeah, so we went there, we're giving them a very nice, we bring them a soup, what is it? Sop buntut, oxtail soup. I make it myself, yeah, giving it to them. And she even cried, oh, mommy, Yeah, you
You're so kind.
yeah, you really make me melted because you making by yourself, you come by yourself to giving this, even though I have to give it to the reception, of course, right? The nurse, yeah, but just showing them that we care, that we support, and also ask them, yeah, what else can we do for them to help? Yeah, so the support system, it should be there. Yeah, and you know what? After she delivered the baby, yeah, they got another COVID. So now the COVID is husband, wife, and the baby.
Baby. Oh.
Can you believe that? So again, you have to support them. Yeah, and I think in other countries, the support system is also very good, but I think in Indonesia, in some of the neighborhood, the support system, yeah, has been developed, because I remember one of my child, yeah, my daughter is also got the COVID, and when we report, and they said that, okay, what else that you need? Yeah, do you need like baksos, bantuan sosial? Do you need some medicine? Do you need? So this is very good. Yeah, and I said no. Okay, we need just some medicine. So they're giving us the medicine. So I really appreciate of the policy of the government and the effort of the government compared to other country. Because for your information, when we have conducted the first vaccination, yeah, other country has said, oh my God, we've done already. Oh, good for you. Because we were not doing that yet. So yeah, lucky for us, and thanks for our government.
Yes, so and also the midwife have an important role to give the great attention and support for the pregnant women.
Exactly, but she is the one, yeah, to become the support system, because as a pregnant woman will interact with the midwife. So the major role of the midwife is very important.
Yes, thank you so much, Ibu, for the explanation. Maybe we still have time. Would you mind if there are still have questions? Maybe from the participants. I already see the participant with raised hand in the first meeting. Can you raise hand again? Or already explained by Ibu Yus? Oh. Maybe the question is already included with your early explanation. Okay, thank you, Ibu Yus, for the material and your explanation. Thank you very much for sharing with us. We hope that the participants of this webinar, most of whom are midwife and midwifery students, can help mothers and their family to improve their mental health and still pay attention to their own mental health, because if the midwife have low mental health, they cannot give the good care for the pregnant women.
Yeah, just like when you are in the airplane, yeah, you said put yourself first, the oxygen mask first, and then others. Now the midwife also has to take care of themselves first, and then they can help others. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Ada lagi? Oh, I'm sorry, Ibu. We have another question. Can you please share for the question? I'm sorry, Ibu.
It's all right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. For the team, if we still have question. Yeah, maybe before we have another question. Okay. Okay, I will read it, Ibu.
Sure.
How to instill that mental health is important, because in today's area, many people underestimate it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Ibu.
Okay, how to instill that mental health is important. Maybe you can say for with the people that, come on guys, apa mental health, yeah, it's important. You have to take care now. Yeah, you cannot say that. Yeah, well, you can say that you have to explain, you have to ask them, okay, what they feel. You have to give some examples, maybe, because first of all, I would like to share about some what is it, the video, but you can also get it from the YouTube, whatever, and then from that you can also explain to the person that, okay, this person, these people, yeah, has been acting like that, or has been performing, yeah, like this, yeah, due to the mental health. Why? Okay, these are the symptoms of the mental health. Yeah, so what I mean is you cannot just tell them that mental health is important. No, you have to explain it nicely. You have also maybe to give the examples, and even maybe you can ask them why you want to know about why mental health is important. Okay, what do you think about it? So there are two ways communication. But if you want to advocate, yeah, because midwife also has the role to advocate. When you want to advocate, you put it in the poster. Yeah, the impact of the poor mental health. Yeah, you put the examples for that, and then you can say that is why we have to take care, yeah, our mental health. So you give us the give them the examples, yeah. You give them about what happened, yeah, the impact of. Yeah. So that's if you want to advocate us. Yeah.
Okay. And can we give therapy, self-therapy from the midwife? Is the
Yeah.
midwife can give self-therapy for the patient or the pregnant woman?
Sure. If the client is not really having a heavy mental health problems, yeah, the midwife can do that. Like I told you, that by sharing about the problems, listening to them, yeah, and then make it them realize their problems, and talking, finding together about the solution of the problem. This will help them a lot. So the midwife, yeah, can do that. But if the midwife also has already identified that no, it seems like this person is having a heavy depression. So maybe I should need a backup from the psychologist. So you can make a referral, yeah, to the psychologist. But in general, I think the midwife can do that. Yeah.
Yes. And we already have a subject material with the name is perinatal mental health.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, because I think the person that knows better, yeah, about the condition of pregnancy, perinatal or postnatal, whatever it is, she's the midwife. So she can explain a lot, yeah, about that. Yeah, this is the role of the midwife. Yeah, they cannot be replaced, yeah, to other like mother or other person, even that they are so close to them, right?
Yeah, of course. Midwife is still the number one person.
Right. Yeah. So you should realize that, and self-confidence. Yeah, having a self-confidence that it is needed.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Ibu, maybe this is the last question from us. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you very much for having with us here. And apa namanya, we will have the next speakers, and before that, we will give the certificate for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Maybe we will hand over the certificate as an appreciation for having the time with us all here. Thank you very much, Ibu Wustari. Hope we will see you again.
Yeah.
In another agenda, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ibu.
Bye-bye.
Okay, all participants, thank you very much for your attention. Before we going to the next speaker, we will have a break for about 5 minutes. And we will come back again with our next speakers, Ibu Lucia from Health Ministry of Republic Indonesia. Thank you very much. And another speaker will moderated by my friend here, Tamara. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. We will have ice breaking first.
Good morning, Dr. Lucia Maya Savitri Mars. Is my voice heard?
Good morning.
Good morning, Doctor. Thank you for joining with us in our webinar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished and international webinar participants, we will go to the third speaker. She is Dr. Lucia Maya Savitri Mars from Direktorat Kesehatan Jiwa, Ditjen Kesehatan, Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia. Please allow me to read her curriculum vitae. Dr. Lucia Maya Savitri Mars. She is already finished her doctor profession from Faculty Medicine Program Admin Rumah Sakit, and she is already finished her magister from University of Indonesia, Faculty of Public Health in 2016. She works in so many health services from 2003 until 2007. Dr. Lucia works at Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia until now. Okay. In this webinar, Dr. Lucia will give a presentation about maternal and child health policy in Indonesia. For Dr. Lucia Maya Savitri Mars, please, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Almenita. Is right?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, it's a great opportunities to me to reason about mental health policy. Okay, the Excellencies, the Director of Poltekkes Jakarta 3 and the previous speaker, Dr. Hamide and Dr. Wustari Mangunwijaya, and all the committee and participant. I will expand about maternal and child policy in Indonesia. I'm Lucia Maya Savitri from Directorate of Mental Health, Ministry of Health of Republic Indonesia. Can the committee share the presentation? Next. Yeah, for the first, we have to know about the definition of mental health. Yeah, opportunity. We in Indonesia have a mental health law is established in 2014, number 18. Mental health is a state of well-being in physically, mentally, spiritually, and socially, which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stress of life, can work productively, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. And I hope we all here have a good mental health. And these are all criteria about mental health. Next. Yeah, we know nowadays is mental health is still problems. One of the big problems in health. The prevalence of mental emotional disorder in Indonesia is 9.8%. It's the same one of 10 people in age 15 until 60 years old has mental emotional disorder. And then about depression, one of 16 people have a depression. And about severe mental disorder, 2 from 1,000 people have a severe mental disorder. And next, the other problems is substance abuse. 1.8% in productive age is has substance abuse. It's from the National Basic Health Survey 2018. And we know the mental health disorders is one a burden of disease. 4.66 in dailies in Indonesia. So mental health is one of the big problems in Indonesia. Next. And we look about the maternal mental health problems. Yeah, one of 17 women of childbearing age has depression, and one of 18 has postpartum depression. Yeah, and but the survey says that a mother who have never had antenatal care with a health worker have 2.4 times higher rise of depression compared to a mother who has antenatal care with a health worker. We think it's so important because in here, midwife has an important role to promote mental health and prevent mental disorder. And we look in high income countries, there is 15 until 20% prevalence of antenatal anxiety disorder, and 1 of 10 has a postnatal anxiety disorder. Next. Next, about children mental health problems. Global estimate 1 of 100 children have autism spectrum disorder, and 1 of 8 children have mental disorder, and only 44 receive any services for this condition. 50% mental health condition in adults start before the age of 14. This is from WHO. Next. We know that Indonesia will have demographic bonuses, and it's opportunities for us to preparing the golden generation. In 2030, it's estimate population exclusion in productive age and potential. It's almost 70% of total population. Then it's a great opportunities to develop human resources, that we have a qualified human resources and can increase human development index. We know that our tagline in Indonesia, SDM unggul, Indonesia maju. SDM unggul, Indonesia tangguh, and be prepared for the qualified human resources. Next. WHO have have a comprehensive mental health action plan for 2013 until 2030, and have the goal is to promote mental well-being, to prevent mental disorder, provide care, enhance recovery, promote human rights, and reduce the mortality, morbidity, and disability for persons with mental disorders. And the objective is strengthen effective leadership and governance for mental health, provide comprehensive, integrated, and responsive mental health and social care services in community-based setting, implement strategies for promotion and prevention in mental health, and strengthen information system, evidence, and research for mental health. Next. As we know that now Ministry of Health is develop a health system transformation. We have 6 pillars in health system transformation. Is primary health care transformation, and then the second referral transformation, and then human resources transformation, into health technology transformation. Then we focus on about primary care transformation, about education and primary prevention, secondary prevention, and increasing the capacity and capability primary care. Next. So we in Ministry of Health, we have several policy and strategy for mental health. The policy is to create a community that cares about mental health and conduct comprehensive mental health services and creating community-based mental health. And about the strategy, is the first strengthening mental health regulation and advocacy and socialization of mental health program. And the third, increasing intersectoral mental health networking and the partnership. Yeah, we know that mental health is on not only be the role of health sector, but it need role and participation for another sector at social, education, and extra. And the fourth, strengthening mental health services in primary health care, and then strengthening mental health programs according to the life cycle. Then optimization information technology to develop and strengthen early detection and surveillance of mental health. Then enhancing participation of community, civil society partners, and multi-sectoral in mental health effort, and increasing capacity and quality of mental health resources. Next. Yeah, we have a comprehensive mental health approach, as we know. It's approach from preventive, promotive, preventive, curative, and rehabilitative. The promotive effort is conducted in families, educational institution, workplace, community, healthcare facilities, mass media, religious institution, place of worship, and prison. And the preventive is implemented in families, institution is like school, workplace, and then community. It's creating a conducive environment for mental health development, mental health, and psychosocial support. And the curative is health services for the people with mental disorder. We call it ODGJ. Is diagnosis and treatment. And the rehabilitative effort is psychiatric or psychosocial rehabilitation and drug abuse rehabilitation. This effort is integrated, comprehensive, and sustainable through the human life cycles. And next. Yeah, promotive and preventive effort in this picture that we can see is the important mental health from preconception until adolescent and youth. In preconception, yeah, with healthy parents, they can take the good mentally healthy. Yeah, this one is a poor mental health, and in the middle is at risk, and the highest is mentally healthy. In perinatal and postnatal period, is inadequate prenatal care and high risk pregnancy is can be a poor mental health. But if the mother infant stimulation good and have a sensitive responsive, it can be a mentally healthy. And in infancy, yeah, inadequate nurturing and stimulation and developmental problems, it can be poor mental health. Yeah, and the secure caregiver and positive parenting, it can be a good mental health. And in the school age, we see that family, peer, and school problem or behavior problem, it can be a poor mental health, and a good life skill trainings and recreational activities it support a good mental health. So we can get promotion like counseling, premarital counseling, parenting skill training, social skill training, bullying prevention, suicide prevention, sex education, stress management, and prevent substance abuse. Next. Yeah. About mental health promotion and prevention, it's a continuum through life cycle and population at risk. Then it's integrated in the all level of health services and intersectoral and program activities. The first, in women of childbearing age, we can do a premarital counseling and mental health screening that we know in primary health care that we call it Puskesmas. There is a layanan catin services, and during pregnancy services, we have to do mental health screening and fetus stimulation. It can be integrated in antenatal care or posyandu or kelas ibu hamil. That we know mental health problems can affect in the fetus growth. And in the natal and nifas and neonatal, we have to do mental health screening. And the most of perinatal, yeah, it's a positive parenting and early detection of development disorder. So in toddler and the preschool, yeah, we have good parenting skill and early detection of mental disorder. It can integrate it with the other programs, health program, like we call it SDIDTK, stimulasi, deteksi, dan intervensi dini tumbuh kembang, or it can do in posyandu atau kelas ibu balita. And it the first 1,000 days of life is the important phase of life. And the children, the promotion and prevention is a parenting skill, and then mental health screening. So in adolescents, it's a life skill for adolescent or youth, and mental health screening and substance abuse screening. It's can integrated in school with we call it UKS and adolescent posyandu. In adult, for promotion and prevention, we do mental health screening, information, education, and communication on mental health and suicide prevention. And in the elderly or geriatric, we have mental health screening. As we know, dementia is one of big problem in elderly, and we can do counseling. Promotion and prevention is due to other specific population, like mental health in college, in workplace, and special population in hospital. Next. It's I get from ANC guideline in Indonesia, pedoman pelayanan antenatal terpadu tahun 2020. We know that the pregnant woman is have to screening of mental health. We can use the instrument. There is two instrument based on the age. If under 18 is used SDQ, strength and difficulties questionnaire, and over 18 years old is use SRQ 29 self-report questionnaire. And from the questionnaire we can know about the mental health status. It can be a third category, normal, or borderline, or is problems. If it's indicated there is a problems mental health, it's must be referred through mental health professional. Then in children, we can look here that early detection, because autism and ADHD is the most prevalence about mental health disorder in children. In Puskesmas, if there is symptoms about autism or ADHD, we can screening with MCHAT revise, and the ADHD we get the HTRS, that is integrated with SDI-DTK in primary healthcare. Next. It's the comprehensive pyramid from WHO for an optimal services for mental health. And we know that in the basic self-care, it's the highest frequency of need and low cost. And the next is informational community care and primary care mental health services. There is 3 layers, the important things, self-care and informal community care. We treat posyandu or community based mental health there is some village in Indonesia called Desa Siaga Sehat Jiwa, and we do to strengthen the community mental health team, or it's called TPKJM, and increasing cadre capacity. And the primary care services, you do mental health counseling and mental health in schools or at the workplace. And the action is strengthen promotion and prevention in mental health that integrated in other health programs, early detection and intervention, so referral and community-based rehabilitation. And we do it for strengthen the community mental health. Next. The other strategies is increasing access of mental health services. The goal is to reduce stigma, as we know that mental health is a big stigma in Indonesia. And the second is to increasing access in mental health services, reduce chronicity and enhance social interaction, protection of human rights, because we know that there is we call it pasung strain, yeah, and so it's not good from human rights. Then better output of intervention and treatment, and the increased capacity of human resources. So we do two major action in increasing access in mental health in primary of care. There is a three strategy. First, increase number of primary healthcare facilities with mental health services. Second is increase capacity of health workers in primary care, and C, optimization availability of psychopharmaceutical. And second, increasing role of the hospital as referral center. Yeah, there is for strategy for it. The first is regularization of mental health service referral system. The optimizing the role of mental health as a referral center for services, education, research, and development of mental health technology. And the third is supporting central mental hospital at the regional hospital, and improving the quality of mental hospital services through the implementation of WHO Quality Right Toolkit. And we know Directorate of Mental Health is part of Directorate General of Community Health, is collaboration with Directorate General of Health Services. Next. And we have three key performance indicators of mental health development in 2022 until 2024. The first is percentage of population aged 15 years at risk of mental health problems who are screened, and the target in 2022 is 30%, 2023 60%, and 2024 is 90%. And the second indicators is a percentage of people with mental disorder who receive services in the health facilities. It's the same target with the first indicator. In 2022 is 30%, 2023 60%, and 2028 is 90%. And the third indicator is number of drug abusers who receive medical rehabilitation services. The target in 2022 is 10,500. 2023 is 11,000, and 2024 is 11,500. Next. And it's the summary that's about the data that I presented in the previous, so that mental health problems is one of health problems, not only in Indonesia, but this regional and global. And mental health efforts are carried out in an integrated, comprehensive, and sustainable manner throughout the human life cycle. So there is a need for collaboration and synergy between the central government, regional government like provincial, district, and the community in improving the mental health of the community. Next is I still at the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and maybe we can discuss it later.
Thank
and
you
back
so
to the
much.
moderators.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Lucia, for the presentation. It is a very interesting and meaningful lesson learned for us. And now we will go to discussions. And here we are already have some questions. Let me read the questions. Multimedia can help me to. Okay. The first questions is from Zulfa. How to encourage people's enthusiasm to conduct education related to mental health? Please, Dr. Lucia Maya, to answer the questions.
Okay, thank you. It's a good question from Zulfa. Yeah, how to encourage? Yeah, is we want that we know we can have digital technology. We can use it. Now that almost people have we call it gadget. Yeah, we can share it in social media. Of course, the good things about mental health and the true facts about mental health. That mental health is integral with health. We can not say that we health, that we are not have a good mental health. So we can say that I'm health, that we have a physically, mentally, and socially health. And we can do more campaigns or personal. Sometimes we have that personal with people to talk about more about mental health. And I think now a lot of people through the adolescent, yeah, they have more knowledge about mental health.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lucia, for the answer. And now we go to the second questions. The second questions is from Muhammad Ghazali. Is there an effective and impactful way to resolve with mental health problems, especially Indonesian children? Thank you. Please, Dr. Lucia.
Okay, thank you. Good question, Mr. Muhammad Ghazali. Yes, you know about mental health disorder, yeah, in children. the first thing that we have to is the screening. Then I think because all of here is midwife, is right. Yeah, that have an important role to screen mental health in children. That we can screen yearly, we can give early intervention. So, yeah, the mild mental disorders is not become a moderate or severe mental disorder. Yeah. That so we have to increase the capacity of health workers. Yeah, to do the screening and to give a intervention. Almost mental children mental disorder is have to refer to psychiatrists in hospital. But the first thing that I said previous, that in primary healthcare we should do screening and brief intervention, and we encourage the family that they won't go to the referral to the hospital to get adequate treatment. Yes, I think we have midwife so have capacity to do the screening of mental health. Yeah, with yeah, I think is the questionnaire is easy to screen children with mental health and give them counseling, and so they have to collaborate with the other health workers like doctors or nursing.
Thank you, Dr. Lucia, for the answer. And now we'll go to the third or last questions. The third questions is from Evi Ramadhani Putri. Good morning. I want to ask questions whether as a society, how can we raise awareness about the importance of mental health in the country? Please, Dr. Lucia, to answer the question.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Effie. Good morning. Yes, civil society community is have a big role, important role to promote mental health. Yeah, how we can do it together to give communication, information, and education through social media. And we in Ministry of Health, we have a lot of PAC materials like video and banners, leaflet that can use to socialization about mental health to the community, that they can aware about their state of mental health. And in the pandemic, we know that for the in 2020, yeah, is a lot of people have scare about COVID-19, and we have another stress. Yeah, we can go anywhere, just at home, and the children, so they have study at home. It can be stress for the children or the parents. The change situation, it can make be a stress from people, and it can be one part of examples that mental health is an important thing. We have to keep our mental health to be a good personality. And I will share the link about the IAC materials that the participants can get the IAC materials about mental health, and distribute it with social media or etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lucia. Maybe we have still have time, and maybe any more questions? Any questions? Maybe any questions, or you can use the raise hand feature in the right corner of your screen. Okay. I'm sorry, Dr. Lucia, maybe there is no more questions again. Okay, now we'll go to the next session. Because the time is, this discussion is limited, we apologize that not all questions can be answered. If the participants still want to ask questions, then these questions can be submitted to the committee for us to convey to Dr. Lucia. And to all participants who giving the questions, hopefully the speaker's explanations has answered all your questions. And Dr. Lucia Maya Safitri Mars, thank you for your explanations and sharing about maternal and child health policy in Indonesia. Okay, before we end this session, we will give a certificate for Dr. Lucia Maya Safitri Mars. To give the certificate, we would like to invite the head of Department of Midwifery at Jakarta 3 Health Poltekkes, Ibu Erika Yulta Ikhwan, MKep. Ibu Erika Yulita Ikhwan, MKep, dipersilakan. Selamat pagi, Bu Erika. Good morning. Good morning, Ibu Erika. Good morning, Ibu Erika. Good morning, Ibu Erika. Maybe there seems to be a network problem. Good morning, Ibu Erika. Is my voice heard?
Okay. Hello, morning.
Morning, Ibu Erika.
Okay. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Maaf, nih sinyalnya lagi jelek. Oke. Ya, silakan bagaimana? Oke, Dr. Lucia. Terima kasih banyak atas partisipasi dan kesediaannya untuk hadir di kegiatan internasional webinar untuk jurusan kebidanan. Semoga untuk ke depan kita dapat bisa bekerja sama lagi, Ibu. Mungkin ini tanda terima sertifikat yang dari panitia dan dari kita untuk Ibu atas partisipasi dan kesediaan Ibu untuk hadir sebagai pembicara pada pagi hari ini.
Terima kasih Bu, saya terima dengan senang hati untuk sertifikatnya. Apresiasi kepada Poltekkes Jakarta 3, terutama terkait program studi kebidanan yang telah menyelenggarakan webinar ini. Ini merupakan hal yang sangat baik dan kami senang sekali Bu, tentunya terbuka bila ke depannya ini akan terus berlanjut karena bidan ini merupakan memang salah satu tenaga kesehatan yang sangat strategis tentunya ya. Kami harapkan dalam tentunya kependidikan bidan ini juga bisa mencakup terkait dengan kesehatan jiwa dan berharapnya akan lebih intens terus untuk kedepannya kita berkolaborasi. Terima kasih Bu.
Ya, terima kasih sekali lagi kepada Ibu. Ya, silakan saya kembali ke moderator.
Thank you for Ibu Erika Yulita Ikhwan MKep, and thank you for Dr. Lucia Maya Safitri-Mars. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of our session. We thank all of the 3 speakers who have shared their material. It was such an inspiring for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give applause to our excellent speakers. Thank you for your attention. I am Almini Taret Vita Maritska Patehawean as a moderator. We will close this session with wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next, I deliver back the webinar agenda to MC, Miss Kantin, and Miss Fariha. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the speaker and moderator. Please give our speaker and moderator a big applause. Before we close this webinar, we will displaying a cover sing from our student of Midwifery Department of Health, Poltekkes Jakarta 3. Please enjoy.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place could be much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you'll feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and sense of joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this place we cannot feel fear of dread. We stop existing and start living. Then it feels that always love's enough for us growing. So make a better world, make a better place, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and for me. And the dream we were conceived in will reveal a joyful face, and the world we once believed in will shine again in grace. Then why do we keep strangling life when this earth crucifies its soul? To it's plain to see this world is heavenly. Be God's glow. We could fly so high, let our spirits never die. In my heart, I feel you are all my brothers. Create a world with no fear. Together we cry happy tears. See the nations turn their sword into plowshares. We could really get there if you cared enough for the living. Make a little space for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me.
Attention for all participants. To get a certificate in this seminar international, don't forget to fill form from rooms chat, Zoom, and YouTube until 2 p.m. Thank you for attention. See you in the next Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3 webinar. I'm Siti Fariha Anissa.
And I'm Kendi Raihani Nugroho.
Signing off.
Selamat siang.
Good afternoon.
Goedemiddag.
Konnichiwa. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you all participants. Thank you Dr. Lucia. Thank you Ibu-Ibus. Thank you for all the committee.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place could be much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you'll feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares of joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this place we cannot feel fear of dread. We stop existing and start living. Then it feels that always love's enough for us growing. So make a better world, make a better place, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and for me. And the dream we were conceived in will reveal a joyful face, and the world we once believed in will shine again in grace. Then why do we keep strangling life when this earth crucifies its soul? To it's plain to see this world is heavenly. Be God's glow. We could fly so high, let our spirits never die. In my heart, I feel you are all my brothers. Create a world with no fear. Together we cry happy tears. See the nations turn their sword into plowshares. We could really get there if you cared enough for the living. Make a little space for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place could be much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you'll feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares of joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this place we cannot feel fear of dread. We stop existing and start living. Then it feels that always love's enough for us growing. So make a better world, make a better place, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and for me. And the dream we were conceived in will reveal a joyful face, and the world we once believed in will shine again in grace. Then why do we keep strangling life when this earth crucifies its soul? To it's plain to see this world is heavenly, be God's glow. We could fly so high, let our spirits never die. In my heart, I feel you are all my brothers. Create a world with no fear. Together we cry happy tears. See the nations turn this world into plowshares. We could really get there if you cared enough for the living. Make a little space for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place could be much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you'll feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares of joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this place we cannot feel fear of dread. We stop existing and start living. Then it feels that always love's enough for us growing. So make a better world, make a better place, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and for me. And the dream we were conceived in will reveal a joyful face, and the world we once believed in will shine again in grace. Then why do we keep strangling life when this earth crucifies its soul? To it's plain to see this world is heavenly, be God's glow. We could fly so high, let our spirits never die. In my heart, I feel you are all my brothers. Cradle world with no fear, together we cry happy tears. See the nations turn their sword into plowshares. We could really get there if you cared enough for the living. Make a little space for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make it better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me.
Don't see.
Murahnya tak. Mono mencari tak, sulung kita tahu.
didapatkan di alamat-alamat berikut di Radio Telpon Bali, Kepada PDU Batu Bibi, di Warung Lagi Tabanan, Perumahan Belanja
Masih mau pakai nih karena tempel.
Iya, aku pakai. Belum bisa expired kok. Lagi belum itulah. Di bulan 7 bulan 8 lagi keluar.
Kalau dia misalnya masih bisa menjawab ini loh datanya belum.
Jadi persalinan dipengaruhi dari yang bagian mana, Bu?